4 gambling, pokies in pubs, clubs and TABs is characterised as high-risk, high-turnover gambling and is the most harmful form of gambling in New Zealand. We disagree with the Council's view that no changes are necessary for this policy review. The current policy does not go far enough to prevent gambling harm for those in the community. We strongly advocate for a sinking lid policy with no relocations or club mergers permitted. A sinking lid policy takes on a public health and preventative approach to gambling harm. It tries to address those who experience mild to moderate gambling harm, as well as severe harmful gambling. Emerging research also shows that sinking lid policy is one of the best policies available to reduce the losses from gambling. More and more councils across New Zealand are considering a sinking lid policy. Currently, we have a record-breaking tally of 32 councils who have a sinking lid. Understandably, councillors may be concerned that adopting a sinking lid will reduce or impact community funding from Class 4 grants. There's no evidence to suggest that a sinking lid will lead to reduced funding. For example, Christchurch City Council has had a sinking lid policy for about 20 years and funding has remained consistent. And this is because a sinking lid occurs slowly over time and relies on a venue closing for numbers of pokie machines to decrease in the district. Concerningly, Timaru District has the highest loss per adult in the Canterbury District. So $10.2 million was lost on pokie machines in Timaru last year, and this meant that approximately $280 was lost per adult in Timaru in 2021. And this is higher than the national average of $239 per adult. Given that a sinking lid policy helps reduce problem gambling expenditure by 13%, it is clear that a sinking lid policy with no relocations or club mergers would be the most appropriate option for council. And on my slides, I had a lovely graph that showed the expenditure across the region, but using the statistics from 2021, for every pokie machine in the district, $61.4 thousand was lost to each machine, and this is more than double the median income for Timaru residents, which is $30.3 thousand. Now we can hear from Anna.
So, kia ora, I'm Anna. I've worked at PGF for the last 3 years and I've been coming to Timaru for the past 18 months fortnightly. I'm not here to talk about the statistics. I'm here to share some of the stories that I've heard from people who experience gambling harm in Timaru. Whilst shame is a massive factor in harmful gambling, I do find that stands out more in Timaru. As where I'm based at Timaru Community House, there's very few of the clients will come and meet me there. They prefer me to meet them in surrounding areas such as Temuka, and then we'll go off to the gardens where they believe they won't be seen by other people in the public that may know them. Clients in the district talk about other people that they know who struggle with the pokies. They say that they don't acknowledge it to each other, despite the fact that they see each other daily, and then at times they've seen each other lining up at the food banks. Multi-venue exclusion is a brilliant tool that individuals can use to help them be excluded from the gaming areas and venues. However, one of the things that I've noticed is people in Timaru are really reluctant to implement these. And they often say that it's because they know the people in the pubs or somebody's daughter works at that pub and they don't want their mum finding out that they're struggling with the pokies. Yeah.
Thanks, Anna. So we have a short account of something that a client shared with us for this hearing. And so that is, recovery is an ongoing process. I don't really see there being a balance in the current policy. Pokies aren't designed to give you a balance. They're designed to take your money. There is more that the council can do for our community, and there's a more full account in the written submission which you would have read. So in the next part of our presentation, we'd like to counter several assertions made by the gambling industry. Firstly, Class 4 gambling is often portrayed as being beneficial by way of community grants. Under the Gambling Act, Class 4 societies are required to return 40% of GMP to the community by way of grants. However, it cannot be guaranteed that the GMP lost in Timaru is returned to groups in Timaru. For example, approximately 31% of the GMP lost in Timaru was returned to Timaru-based organisations in 2021. Unfortunately, the Class 4 funding model has inextricably linked gambling harm with the survival of community groups, sports and services. Several reports from the Ministry of Health and Department of Internal Affairs have questioned the parity of this funding system. A sinking lid policy takes a long time to create change. As I previously said, the Christchurch City Council has had a sinking lid policy for about 20 years and the funding has remained consistent. Over half of councils in Aotearoa have a sinking lid policy and most of them want more restrictions. We would also like to ask the council to think about where the money is coming from in the first place, rather than where it is going, and whether this is an ethical source of community funding. A study conducted by Central Queensland University and Auckland University of Technology in 2017 found that harmful gambling has a burden 2.5 times higher than diabetes. The council must consider the risk if the risk of this level of harm is worth the funding. The industry often states that for every dollar spent on the pokies, 91 cents is returned to the punter and 9 cents is taxed. This is a misleading statement and overly simplifies the workings of a pokie machine. While 91 cents is returned eventually, this is done so randomly and occurs over the long term, often described as the game cycle of a pokie machine. Most pokie games have a very large number of potential outcomes, frequently 50 million or more, and this can take years for them to roll through. Therefore, it's highly unlikely that an individual punter will be returned 91 cents for every dollar they spend on a pokie machine. Lastly, council would have come across the argument that removing pokie machines will only see an increase in online gambling, and this would not benefit the community groups regarding Class 4 funding. We would like to counter this argument and highlight that, importantly, there is no evidence that online gambling is replacing pokies. Online gambling is often brought up as a red herring to distract councillors from the issue at hand, which is Class 4 gambling. Online gambling is regulated by central government and it cannot be addressed through council's Class 4 gambling policies. While online gambling has been growing and increased during lockdowns, information from the DIA shows an increase in pokie losses up to 116% post-lockdown. This was a much higher increase than forecasted and reflects people returning to Class 4 gambling after lockdown. This reiterates that pokies remain the most harmful form of gambling in New Zealand. Thank you again for the opportunity to present today. If you have any questions, we'd love to hear them.
Thanks, Evie and Anna. Questions from the floor team? Oh, sorry, Councillor Parker.
Thank you, ladies. I've probably got at least one question. So, your service of max capacity is 30 to 40 people, so that's per year. So, just thinking about our community as a whole, are you seeing that those 30 to 40 people a year, is there need to increase the level of service? Would that equate to the 16% of clients that access services which has been reported in the reports about that need services? So are you at the capacity of seeing problem gamblers seeking help? If not, I'd like to know, and if so, is there any capacity to look at extending your service?
So, last year, July 2020 to June 2021, 36 residents of Timaru, 12 of which were new clients, accessed service. And this is a reasonably low number, but we also know that most of the people who are experiencing harmful gambling are not accessing service. There's so many barriers like what Anna talked about. Is there anything you'd like to add to that question?
No, no.
Yeah, presentation numbers unfortunately are not an accurate representation of the harm that is being experienced. There could be the capacity for, if people are coming forward, that we could increase our service down here.
Definitely.
And we would be more than willing to do that. Obviously, as Anna said, she comes down fortnightly for 2 days, so that does limit the amount of people that we can see, but she does try to be very flexible with back-to-back appointments to see as many as possible.
Yeah, and we've also been told that, if there were more people to come, that I'm to stay longer on the second day and what have you. So yeah, we definitely can do more.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. So in terms of the example that you brought up in regards to Christchurch having a sinking lid process there, and you've said that the year on year the funding has not decreased. Have you drilled into that at all to enlighten us as to how that could happen? And bearing in mind there's been a significant shift in there because of the processes of the earthquake and what have you, changing the licensed premises and what have you. So a sinking lid would suggest that would be quite significant. And so therefore, what's the correlation between the no reduction at all in the funding?
So I'm not sure if there is no reductions. It has remained consistent. I couldn't say that there was no decrease. That is something that I would have to look into further and could get that information for you. Thank you.
OJ.
Thank you, Abby. Just want to get your thoughts on whether or not you agree with the fact that people who are unable to gamble in institutions where there are gambling, Class 4 gambling machines, if there aren't enough machines available, that will push them into online gambling, which is not a regulated space, obviously. So what are your thoughts on that?
I think, as I said, we saw that with lockdown, online gambling did increase, but as soon as the venues opened again, there was a massive influx of people returning to the venues, and a lot of clients, as far as I'm aware, who were poker gamblers, actually a lot of them did stop when lockdown happened and were relieved that they couldn't go to a venue, that it wasn't possible. So it wasn't an automatic shift of, okay, now I'm going to move. It was a certain people did, but it wasn't across the board for everyone. And I think as well, the issue at hand today is the Class 4 gambling. Online gambling is regulated by the larger government and by the Department of Internal Affairs, and the local council still has a role to play in terms of the Class 4 gambling. Hope that answered your question. Thanks.
Perfect. Thanks, team. Thanks, Abby and Anna. Thanks for taking the time to come and present. We really appreciate that. And so you know the process. We're having hearings this morning, and then we're dealing with the papers this afternoon. So as far as decisions, so thanks so much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Righty, I think we're all good now. We're going to go to Jared True, who is on line with us. Welcome, Jared. And
Thank you.
We've got 10 minutes for a presentation, and please just save some time for questions, and the floor's yours.
Excellent, thank you. I'll just share my screen. You able to see the slides there? So I'm Jared True. I represent the Gaming Machine Association of New Zealand. The association represents the vast majority of New Zealand's gaming machine societies. We support your current policy, the current open policy, which has worked well in your district and suits your district. We do, however, oppose the 7-machine limit for new venues, and we also ask that you consider including a relocation policy, which is very popular with councils, including Kaikoura just recently adopting one this week. Your current open policy is reasonable, given the very low problem gambling rate, benefits that come from the local machines, and the growth of online gambling. Just to keep everything independent and factual, I'm just referring to the Council's independent social impact assessment report that was obtained. That report was excellent, very thorough. It said that Timaru had a moderate risk gambling profile. It's noted that Timaru's problem gambling presentation rates were below the national average, which confirms a low level of risk in your district. And it also described the number of machines that you currently have as pretty much typical, having regard to the number of adults you've got and the number of machines you've got. The report also noted the main benefit that comes from the machines, which is, of course, player enjoyment. People enjoy playing the machines. In addition to that, there's significant community funding that's generated, approximately $3.8 million every year in community purposes. That's in relation to the grants that are made to local clubs, the grants to national and regional organisations that have local benefit, and also the funding that's generated from the machines for your 2 club venues. In addition to the community funding, we've got tax that's generated for the government to pay for hospitals, schools and roads, about $3.4 million. And importantly, the machines also support the local hospitality venues, providing a venue payment, a payment for hosting the machines, supervising the machines and maintaining the machines. That's approximately $1.4 million every year. The problem gambling rate is very low. It's only 0.2% of the adult population. That's extremely low by international standards. We haven't seen a link between gaming machine numbers and problem gambling rates. Over the last 10 years, we've lost 25% of our machines nationally. It's about 4,600 machines that we've lost. However, in exactly the same 10-year period, the problem gambling rate has plateaued. It hasn't reduced in correlation to the machines being removed. Just in relation to your policy that has a 7 machine limit, the Gambling Act expressly allows new venues to have 9 machines. There's no research or evidence that suggests having 7 machines has a benefit in relation to problem gambling. If someone's going to be addicted to gambling, they're still going to be able to access one of the 7 machines that are there. However, having 9 machines not only improves the enjoyment offering and entertainment offering because it gives players a greater choice, but importantly, having 7 machines at a venue reduces the amount of community funding that's generated. Remember, all the profits from these machines get distributed out in community grants. So if we were to have 2 9-machine venues, we would have 2 lots of set fixed costs. We would have 2 electronic monitoring systems. We'd construct 2 gaming rooms. We'd have two sets of signages on the wall, two sets of staff to check, and 2 licenses to apply for. If we had 3 7-machine venues, then we'd have to have 3 electronic monitoring systems, build 3 rooms, have 3 sets of staff to train, etc. So we would make more community funding would be generated from 2 9-machine venues rather than 3 7-machine venues. So it just seems appropriate to have a smaller number of venues, but have a greater offering at those venues to reduce those fixed costs that we incur. So in order for us to be able to increase that funding that goes out to the community. The one thing that's slightly different with your current policy than pretty much most other councils' policies now is it doesn't include a relocation provision. Parliament amended the Gambling Act to require councils to consider when the policy was reviewed, including a relocation provision, because they considered that relocation was a harm minimisation tool. First and foremost, it allows existing venues to move out of areas that may be considered to be undesirable, such as residential areas or higher deprivation areas. Not allowing relocation simply entrenches those venues in areas that may be less than desirable. Having a relocation provision is also fair to the local business owners. It enables those businesses to be restored following a fire, a natural disaster, a flood, or even public works acquisition, which we do see from time to time. Having a relocation provision also protects the valuable community funding. If we have a relocation provision and there's a disaster like we saw in Kaikoura with the earthquake, or in Christchurch with the earthquake, enables those venues to rebuild, to set up across the road. Not having a relocation provision requires those venues to stay put when they may not be able to be restored in their current sites. Relocation also enables venues to move out of earthquake-prone buildings. If existing venues in an older building and they want to move across the road or down the street to a newer, modern, stronger building and take their machines with them, having a relocation provision enables a venue to pick up their 18 machines, move down the road, and to go into a safer building. It also enables venues to free up larger blocks of land. We may have some club venues or traditional tavern venues that have large car parking area. If they're able to move to newer, smaller, modern premises, that large block of land may be better used for other purposes, such as high-density, low-cost housing. The current situation is that if a venue's got 18 machines, the landlord knows that that's a desirable thing for the tenant to have. They knows that the tenant can't move if the council doesn't have a relocation policy, and that results in landlords pushing up the rent beyond market and also imposing unreasonable terms. If you have a relocation provision, it prevents that market distortion happening. And finally, and importantly, if we have a relocation provision, it just simply allows venues to invest in their business and move to newer, modern premises. The very first venue that took advantage of the relocation provisions was the Te Rapa Tavern in Hamilton. It was able to move from the venue on the left there to the venue on the right. It was able to take its 18 machines with it under the relocation policy, and that became then economically viable to spend the over $3 million that got spent in the fit out. So we went from a Once More Warriors type establishment with black singlets and white gumboots to a craft beer sports bar offering, which is just absolutely fantastic. Having those new modern facilities makes the city vibrant, helps with tourism, and helps to create local employment. Finally, relocation is extremely common. I now have approximately 60 councils that have a relocation provision in place. Thank you for that. Welcome your questions.
Thanks, Jared. Questions, team? No one? You're all okay? Question from me, sinking lid versus the current 7 machine, you said it's not really economically viable effectively, to run a venue with 7 machines. So is there any difference from your point of view in those policies? Because they're both quite hard to make it work from a venue point of view, aren't they?
I'm not saying that 7 machines is uneconomic. 7 machines is economic, but it would probably generate a profit percentage of about 20%. About 20% of the money that's lost would go out in community grants. Whereas a 9 machine venue, having less fixed costs per machine, would generate closer to the 40%. So it's still economically viable, and you'd still do it. It just reduces the community funding that comes from the machines. Thus, I think it'd simply be better to have a policy that would welcome 2 venues with 9 machines as opposed to 3 venues with 7 machines.
Cool. Thank you. Any other questions? No, that's it. Thanks, Jared. I really appreciate taking the time for the submission and also dialing in to present. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers. Right now we've got Martin. Welcome, Martin, from Pub Charity.
Is that Mike Lott? Okay, yep, that answers that question. Thank you. Good morning, Your Worship, councillors, members of the executive. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name's Martin Chair. I have been involved with Pub Charity for 15 years, initially with our charitable iteration, Pub Charity Incorporated, and since 2015 we operate as a not-for-profit company. Basically in the last month I've been appointed Managing Director of that company. We've been operating gaming machines in New Zealand since 1987, and as far as I'm aware we've been operating continually in the Timaru district, probably for that long. We are the largest gaming trust. We distribute about $37 million a year annually, and we have quite a significant footprint in this area. So I guess today is about a clash of 2 ideas. On one hand, the government and ourselves support the idea that the risks associated with Class 4 gambling can be mitigated and managed and controlled. And on the other hand, you've got people saying that that's not possible and this risk needs to be removed from the community. And I think the challenge for policy makers is that the sheer volume of information and the difficulty in making an evidence-based decision. Just want to show you this slide here, and this is an example. You've just been told the Problem Gambling Foundation doesn't have any concerns about migration to online gambling if there's a prohibition on terrestrial or fixed venue-based gambling. This is actually an article quoting the Problem Gambling Foundation about concerns about migration to online gambling during lockdowns. The then Minister of Internal Affairs, Tracy Martin, pointed out that we know what will happen if we ban Class 4 gambling, because we saw exactly what happened during lockdowns, which was a massive proliferation in online gambling activity, particularly Sky City's online website based out of Malta, and which saw revenue increase from around $150,000 to $17 million. And every form of online gambling, including the racing board and lotto, saw massive increases, and to some degree those gains have not subsided post-lockdown. So therein lies the difficulty. We get told one thing, the evidence is something else. And I appreciate the position you're in. I'm going to try the best I can to stick to the evidence. And I think from an evidence perspective, your policy is solid. It's consistent with the Gambling Act, and basically it relies on trusted partners like Pub Charity to keep up our end of the bargain, making sure that people are as safe as possible, and where we do identify people with issues, we then bring in people like the Problem Gambling Foundation. And what's disappointing is that for some time they haven't had a presence here in Timaru, and we found a lot of frustration with that. A lot of resources go into telling you what to do and not what to do, but they can't seem to find a person to come down here and help people. So The other, basically, this is the principle behind this argument. If you implement a sinking lid, you'll get these three benefits here. You'll see a reduction in problem gambling, you'll see a decrease in gambling spend, and there will be no migration to online gambling. All of those claims are wrong. And again, this is not my opinion, the evidence says otherwise. Basically, the number of gaming machines in New Zealand has decreased by a third, and with the population growth since 2004, means that the exposure ratio of machines to population is halved. So if you take this concept of exposure being the underlying principle to harm, you would see an inverse reduction in harm. That was what you would expect from that type of impact. But there's been absolutely no reduction in the problem gambling prevalence rate since the late 1990s, according to the Ministry of Health. So if people are going to bring an argument around public health, I think they've got to actually make sure they're in alignment with their agencies like the Ministry of Health and their own people. In fact, if they're going to go to the media and say there's been a surge of online gambling and then turn up at a policy meeting like this and say there isn't, then I think you've got to get your act together, really. But just the background, Whakatere operates 5 venues and 69 machines. That's probably the largest footprint here. We distributed grants of 4.3 million. I actually found a double up in the back of our submission as the list of grants over the last 3 years. There's actually a double up of one of the grants to the hospice, so that's actually $150,000 less than that, so my apologies for that. Our venues here are fitted with enhanced harm minimisation measures, facial recognition technology. We're about to roll out an enhanced version of that which will allow the cameras to track people's presence in the room. Currently we rely on staff to do that, and you can imagine in a busy bar that's a challenge. The new cameras will have the capacity to actually record continuous presence in the room, and we currently have policies where people the staff are trained to intervene after certain periods of play to inquire into the well-being of the person. And over an extended period of play, there'd be an intervention interview and inquiring about their well-being and potentially removing them from the venue. The difficulty is actually tracking the continuous presence of someone in the room. These cameras will allow that and trigger an alert for the staff, which means they can go in and speak to the person. And principally, it's just an inquiry into their well-being. Someone being continuously present in a gaming room doesn't mean anything other than that. However, it's potentially a sign of problems and the staff are required to intervene. It goes without saying we support your current policy. I'm not sure. Well, here are these movements, and so basically we've seen this decline in venues and machines and funding, and gambling spend's actually increased. So for every dollar that's coming out of the Class 4 market, there's been $1.20 spent in the other forms of gambling. And in addition to that, we've seen online gambling increase from virtually nothing to estimated to be $650 million offshore in the next 12 months. And as far as that not being a concern for the government, I can tell you it's serious. It's the only piece of work that the Department of Internal Affairs has worked on over the last 3 years, and they cannot figure out a way to actually get control of this trend. They're very reluctant to impose the type of aggressive geo-blocking that would be necessary in intervention with the banks. That would require that to stem the flow of that. And unfortunately, it's a trend that's here to stay. And again, our treatment strategies need to respond to that instead of denying this happening. These issues around sinking lids not working have been known for some time, and this is a report from 2006 by one of New Zealand's now disgraced, but one of New Zealand's leading problem gambling researchers. Reduction in caps appear to have little impact. No change in problem gambling since 2006, and probably no change since the 1990s, and yet we've seen a drastic reduction in the number of gaming machines. And herein lies the problem. If you're trying to get to that one person by impacting on the rights of everybody, you're just not going to find them, are you? And we have to change our whole approach. And the other thing that's significant, I don't know why that's disappearing, but one thing that is significant is the most common source of problem gamblers is relapsed problem gamblers. 2 out of every 3 people that report statistically as problem gamblers in the next 12 months are known to the system, and the treatment strategy has failed. If you want to stem the tide of problem gamblers, we have got to change our approach to treatment, not trying to boil the pot of water down to that one person in 2000 that ultimately is playing one of our machines. We're not responsible for all forms of problem gambling, somewhere around about 40%. So that tells you we're not talking about the other 60%. So those 40% need to be identified by far more effective means than what we're using at the moment. And just to summarise, I mean, here's the complexity of the situation. Problem gamblers are comorbid with multiple mental and physical health issues. So you're dealing with a complex disorder, and this simplistic approach just doesn't cut it. And we are treading water, and have been since this strategy was implemented in 2004. And we will continue to tread water until people grow up and realise there are vulnerable people in the community, and we have to find them and intervene. We have to customise our approach. We've got people that are seriously wired incorrectly, and they don't just have a problem with gambling. And we spend a lot of money, and all it's turned into is propaganda. And these are the same people who simultaneously argue to criminalise tobacco and legalise cannabis. You know, that's the type of crazy, ban coal while we import 1 million tonnes of sulphur-ridden coal from Indonesia. It just doesn't make any sense, and some common sense has to prevail. Sinking lids reduce funding for the communities, no doubt about that. In inflation-adjusted terms, community funding's declined by 1/3, and consistent with the revenue. I mean, we give away a portion of our revenue. Less revenue means less funding. In inflation-adjusted terms, revenue's declined by 35%, and so is community funding. And community groups will tell you there's less money from this source of revenue. And it's been a pointless exercise, quite honestly. I don't think we've helped one person. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Martin. Really comprehensive questions. Councillor Parker.
Just a quick question, just out of interest, when you say an extended period of play, what is that time of extended period of play? 3 hours.
3 hours.
Thank you.
And ironically, in a casino, it's 5. I don't know why it's 5 in a casino, but it's 3 now. We've voluntarily adopted that standard. But they're being supervised the whole time.
Councillor Burt.
Yeah, just in terms of the facial recognition software that you're going to implement, so that is separate to the pokie machine itself. This has to be put into the venue.
It's dedicated to people that are excluded. So the previous speakers talked about exclusion orders, and they are a very solid tool. So people that identify or are identified as needing a break or to time away can enter into this agreement with venues where they're excluded. The problem is, of course, people change, their appearance changes, and you're talking about people with a control disorder. So it can become very difficult to police them. So facial recognition is dedicated to those images which are loaded, and if someone walks into the venue, into the gaming room, the staff are immediately alerted, and there's an intervention.
And this is voluntary and in terms of its uptake for all venues, or it's going to be part of some form of system?
Yeah, it's not. In fact, we've advocated it should be in low decile areas, high risk areas like South Auckland, for example. And ironically, we've had opposition from the Ministry of Health and the Department of Internal Affairs around privacy concerns. And yet these are people that have put their name forward and said, I need help, please help me. It's expensive, and we'd like some support from the Ministry of Health, because they get this levy, $26 million a year now, and basically not enough of it is spent on effective measures like that. But so we fought the bill, basically, as a society.
Thanks, Councillor Burt. Thanks, Martin. Really appreciate you coming
Thank you.
and speaking to us today. So that's the end of submissions in regard to gambling. We're just going to move now to 9.1, which is on page 39. So the recommendation is receive and note the written and oral submissions, and also officer comments. We can talk through the notes. I've got Councillor Parker, Councillor Oliver. Put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Yeah, perfect. So I've just been informed that Abby's presentation from Problem Gambling Foundation is on the hub, so you can look at it through there. Councillor Piddington.
Are we actually being live streamed or just notice we're having lots of problems?
Good question. Are we on live stream at the moment?
Yeah, the live
Yeah.
stream is able to be viewed, we just can't see the cameras on the screens, but the live stream can see you.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you. So we're going to move now to submissions for Theatre Royal, and apologies, we're almost back on track as far as time-wise, and the first one will be John Simpson from the South Canterbury Museum Development Trust. Welcome, John. Thank you, Abby, now. See you later. Welcome, John. And so you've got 10 minutes, and just allow for some time for questions. And the floor's yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to make a hopefully brief submission in regard to the Heritage Project on Stafford. For those of you who don't know me, my name is John Simpson. I'm currently 67 years of age, which is quite an achievement. I'm here today in the capacity as Chair for the South Canterbury Museum Development Trust, and obviously we have a significant interest in the project in Stafford Street. Just a little bit of background, if you don't know of our trust, the trust is made up of a small group of local people motivated by their role in support for the museum, and we bring that support by way of essentially fundraising to carry out specific funding for projects over and above what the museum is funded for by council. In the past, we, back in 2000, fundraised heavily for an extension to the museum that was built in excess of $200,000. So that was brought about by the South Canterbury Museum Development Trust. And just for the information, most of you will know this, but the museum was actually built in the very early 60s. So here we are 60 years later talking about why we should have a new museum. Our current fundraising project is the fitting out of the new museum, and that is a significant investment. So we've got nothing to do with the bricks and mortar. That is your job, but we see the role of the South Canterbury Museum Development Trust in making it something special, something that going forward will be spoken about for many, many years to come. People will want to go and visit our museum. Why do we need a new museum? Well, put simply, the old one is no longer fit for purpose. It's actually become way too small, and it no longer fits the needs for the types of services that the museum, Philip Howe and his team deliver. Being too small, there is an education aspect to the existing museum, and it's a small room where a lot of people are taken, and we'll show films that the Trust has funded, and they are films of local past notoriety, people like Colin Murdoch, for example, and others who have featured and have contributed to South Canterbury's growth in the past. And there'll be little 10-minute dissertations that you can go and view those films and understand who these people are and what their involvement was in South Canterbury. We also host, and I hope you know, that there is trained educators at the museum who take the small schools and the children from those schools and teach them about South Canterbury's history. They do that a number of ways, but some of the more exciting ones, and it's pretty hard to engage with kids, as you probably all can imagine, if you've got them or had them, in that they don't have a particularly long attention span. So I think what Philip's team do there is they dress them up in period clothing. They get them interested in some of these past histories, and in doing that, it reinforces. The picture tells 1,000 words, is the scenario I think Philip's looking to achieve. But we do need a much bigger and more purpose-built facility for that reason. The building's obviously difficult to access. If you haven't been to the museum recently, I'd challenge you to take a quick trip up those stairs. There's a number of them. I haven't counted them, but I'm sure there's more than 39. And thank you, that was quite significant there. The point I would make is that I think it prevents a lot of people who may have visited from actually doing so. And that could be just for a number of reasons. There is access to the back, equally restrictive in some respects. A state-of-the-art museum will go a long way to addressing the need to be a competitive option for this type of entertainment, and I'll call it an entertainment. We are competing, obviously, with a number of other activities. A museum is seen as a place where you go and look at bugs pinned to a board, sitting in a drawer, or where you might smell some musty clothing worn by somebody 120 years ago. It's not that anymore. It's actually a completely different animal, a museum. It's a place where people can go and engage. They can go and check out the history of our past, and they can also look to the future from some of the activities carried out in a museum. It's got to be a viable option for young families. It's got to be somewhere where people want to take their kids. And again, I can only state from my personal experience that I have actually done that, and I've enjoyed the facility, but I think we just now need to realise that it has to go to next level. The museum is a cornerstone of our local community. It's one of the cornerstones. The others being, for example, the art gallery, the library, and the Theatre Royal. The museum is a meeting place. South Canterbury has had significant changes to buildings in our region. I'm looking at 3 minutes 45. As a child, I can vividly remember visiting the Timaru Public Library, which incidentally was housed in this very building at the other end. As I recall it was much smaller than the Sophia Street project. And I can also recall walking along Arthur Street as a child, smelling the sulphur-infused air belching from the Timaru Gasworks diagonally across the road. I can recall peering through a fence at the tennis courts where the car park is down here for Mitre 10 and watching games of tennis. I can remember the Alliance Textiles building where I barrowed concrete down 3 flights of planks in order to reinforce the floor of that building so that they could bring machinery from the UK for making of yarns and cloth. It wasn't that long ago, folks. I was part of that. So history isn't hundreds of years ago, history is yesterday. In fact, it's half an hour ago. Does anybody remember the Penny Arcade down on the Marine Parade, owned by the White family, or fishing in front of the Ferrens seafood factory where you'd cast your rod in the hope of catching a barracuda? If you've lived as a child in South Canterbury, those are the sorts of memories that come flooding to me. So history is important. The 3 picture theatres on Stafford Street. My point, South Canterbury has history, and we need to be able to share these memories with our young and old. Why do we need a museum and a theatre built as a heritage complex? Because there are brilliant synergies. They both contribute to the well-being of our community, and as stakeholders, we all have an obligation to ensure that South Canterbury continues to grow. Commercial buildings are just that, they are commercial buildings. What we're talking about here is not a commercial building. It doesn't have to have a return on investment, in my opinion. Option 1, the Heritage Complex, is a link to our past, but also a provider for our future. And let's get South Canterbury back on the social scene map. Let's get the theatre going. Let's not look at a map at the acts that are coming and see Ashburton and Oamaru and Timaru's the poor second cousin. Let's get ourselves out there and make Timaru a stopping point again. And we have to lead the way for that. Let's give the people of this region the chance to stop and smell the roses. And by that I mean we've become very busy in our lives, and I don't know about you folk, I would imagine each and every one of you are probably working harder now than you worked potentially 10 years ago. And hopefully you're enjoying the benefits of that in your pay packets. But I think we've just become very, very busy, being very busy. And so museums and theatres and libraries and things of that nature are opportunities for us all to just take a step back and have a bit of a check. Relax and unwind. We pay it lip service, but none of us do it. Communities need stimulation, and there's more to life than work and taxes. Our young people need us to invest in their future and the future generations to come. Let's not let them down by deciding not to spend this build money. It's not bricks and mortar we're investing in, but we're investing in the future of our youth and the families for generations to come. So let's all get on the same page here and vote for future and for option 1, because now more than ever our communities need strong direction from you, our leaders. So we need your vote, yes. Option 1, definitely. How was that for timing? Did I just zero out?
Perfect.
Any questions?
Yeah, look, I'll take one question. We do need to keep to time because people will be coming from work, etc. So, any question from anyone? Yeah, Councillor Jackson, thank you.
Thanks, John. Great presentation. Hey, you've spoken about how important the Heritage Centre is to us locally in our own district. What about, because we're talking about trying to get more people to come to visit South Canterbury, Timaru District, what's your your plan as far as marketing that Heritage Centre outside of our district?
South Canterbury Museum Development Trust has invested in a website, which is independent to the website owned by the Timaru District and by the museum. There are a number of other activities that are on the burner. We've sort of been held in a little bit of abeyance because we weren't clear on where we're going to be going from here. So in fairness, we haven't invested a lot of money, as we plan to do, in doing exactly that, the marketing aspects. I can say, and I'd like to just quickly share this, and I know I'm conscious of time. I spoke with the chap at a museum meeting we had the other day, and he said one of the things you need to consider is that people considering moving to South Canterbury from other parts of New Zealand, and let's face it, we have a significant number of Aucklanders and from other parts of New Zealand coming to Timaru or South Canterbury in general. And one of the things that he made a good point of was we need infrastructure for those people to be able to consider South Canterbury as a good landing point. And by that he meant that his children or their children would want things like access to theatre, access to all the things that help to develop and stimulate them as young people. And he said if you don't have those facilities, sometimes you might be overlooked for that very reason. Didn't answer your question, but I wanted to get that bit in. Thank you.
Well done, thanks, John.
Thank you.
And maybe an opportunity to be on the map for barracuda fishing into the future as well. Really appreciate that. Look, we've got now Chris in regard to the Drum League. So welcome, Chris Thomas. And
Jess, you are going to make sure I can see that. Yeah.
welcome, Chris and Mark. Floor's yours.
Okay, it's really dark. It's crowded. We're jammed in together, shoulder to shoulder, very much like this. Heads are so close together that I can actually see little drops of sweat dribbling down the makeup. Their eyes are blank. There's little lips are moving, I can sort of see that, but there's no sound, and there's this overwhelming smell of hairspray. I'm absolutely shitting bricks. I feel like I'm going to be sick. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. And the curtain goes up, and it's gone from very, very dark, and it's now lit up and feels like this furnace blasting light straight into my eyes. I can't see a thing. Keep your head still. Don't move your eyes. Don't look down. I can't look up because I'm blinded by these lights. I need to be on that little white dot on the floor because I'm the first out and the rest of the cast are taking their place from where I stand. I need to be in exactly the right spot. God, I want to puke. Why did I agree to do this? I can't sing, I can't act, and I most certainly can't dance. And then I remember I heard one of these famous rock stars actually singing, that said, singing is like being in a fairy tale. And it sort of feels magical. That's what I've heard. About the magic of hearing thousands of people singing your song back to you. I think it was Taylor Swift said that. Why am I thinking of Taylor Swift? There are hundreds of people out there and my stomach is churning. Am I in the right spot? I must be, because out of the corner of my eye I can see my castmates fanned out left and fanned out right, and I still actually can't see a thing because those lights are in my eyes. But is that clapping? I never noticed that. Yes, I can hear clapping, and I can now see people in front of me. The music started. What are the words? What do I need to do with my arms, my legs? Keep smiling, don't vomit. Count the music, move your arms. Be natural. Am I in time? Look at that distant point above their heads. I can't see anyhow. Listen to the music. And there's my cue. And that's actually the story of my first time on the Theatre Royal stage. Anybody else had that experience? So theatre and performing arts is about telling stories. There are fantasies, true life, laugh out loud comedies, hair-raising thrillers, serious drama. For creative, dramatic, performing arts people, whether you're an actor, a dancer, a singer, a musician, a comic, a technician, a designer, the theatre is your happy space. It's a safe space. It's not the rough and tumble and bash and bumble and head-to-head conflict of the sports field. It's a place for teamwork and craft and skill and imagination and creativity and entertainment. And it turns out that all this social awareness and empathy and all those skills help develop outstanding individuals and well-rounded performers on and off the stage. The theatre is a place where one person or a whole cast can mesmerise and capture an audience and bring it on a journey. The performing arts and cultural events add to the richness of our life, of your life. It makes this a place where people want to live and play and work. And our community is so badly missing that place, and we need it back. And you can make a difference. You can build up that social capital in our community. And we need your help to actually rebuild that rich community where people want to raise their children and their grandchildren. It's just an interesting thing about that. This Theatre Royal is not actually for my children, or probably even your children, or maybe even not just your grandchildren. It's for their children and their grandchildren, the next 4 or 5 generations to come. So next week, actually the week after, I'm going to a show in Christchurch, and a couple of weeks ago I went to one in Ashburton, and I'll probably go to another one in January in Christchurch, because we don't have much in the way of theatre here in Timaru at the moment, because we don't have a theatre. When I looked up the Ashburton Trust Event Centre and said, what are they doing over the next week? Christmas Festive Forest, local children's charity event. World of Musicals, international touring show. The Fleetwood Mac Experience, international touring show. Dancework Ashburton Showcase, a local dance company doing their Christmas show. Grammys Coming Home, opera star, Simon O'Neill, and some locals performing. Some of the people say to me, oh, nobody goes to the theatre. It's only for a few people. We can build a legacy here that can actually create a whole community that loves and supports their theatre. Now, we at the Drama League, and it's a bit hard to do, what I'm trying to do is condense 90 odd years of experience into just 10 minutes. I've taken up 7 already, so. We don't agree with all the design features, but we feel we're caught in a compromised situation, because if we don't support going ahead with the theatre, we might end up with no theatre whatsoever. We'd certainly like to argue the toss over some of those compromises that seem to be in the design features. And one of the things I really want to challenge the council here on, and not just you, but also the councillors, is have you received good quality advice and information about those compromises? Do you know what the business plan, what the business case for the theatre, for the Heritage Centre is? Has it been produced? Certainly, I've been asking for that for a long time and haven't seen anything. Are you making the best decisions that you can on quality information? I'd like you to just think of all those schools and all those organisations that are going to use this place. Already there's a generation have lost their experience of attending a show at the Theatre Royal, or will have by the time it gets built, hopefully. Just remember that you're building for the future, and the compromises that you make now will actually mean that future generations miss out on something, or they will have to pay for it. So I've been very disappointed with the quality of information that I've seen that I think you have had to rely on to make your decisions. What I say is, don't compromise, build the absolute best thing that you can. It's going to be best for our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Questions, team? Councillor Jackson, thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Your opening monologue there transported me back in time to 1996 on the stage, waiting for the curtains to draw. You turn around and, of course, they're still closed and you're like, now what to do? Yeah, so all those sort of emotions that you came up with are certainly ones that I and many other people who have been involved in drama over the years have felt. Just with, we heard from John Simpson before about some of the fundraising that they're doing for the Heritage Centre. What sort of fundraising or what sort of collateral would you be prepared to, as an organisation, put into the theatre moving forward?
Okay. So first off, I don't feel we've been given any opportunity to date to do any sort of fundraising, because we've never actually known what we would be fundraising for. And that's a missed opportunity, I think. Secondly, I see the building or the construction of the theatre and the heritage facility as being a partnership with the council and the community. We're a big part of that community, so I see us being, I'm not saying the leaders, but as part of a leadership group that would drive whatever fundraising is required. But that's a bit of a open-ended question at the moment, because we don't really know, sort of thing. So, yeah, we would be more than willing to contribute and to take a leadership role in fundraising, but until we actually know what we're actually fundraising for, or what we need to fundraise, it's a bit difficult to answer that. And I do just want to just go back to your question, your comment, OJ, about standing in the centre of the stage. One of the things is, if you do stand in the centre of the theatre or stage, as it used to be, right down, you're standing right in the middle, and the curtain opens, what do you see? Nothing, because there's no seats right in the middle. Put some seats there, because that's the best seat in the house. Any other questions?
Yeah, Councillor Booth.
Thanks, Chris. That was really good. There was a business case done back in December 2017, which was the result of a Shan Shelton report done. I believe they're a
I
professional.
read the report, thanks, Alan. Yeah.
Okay.
I
So,
don't think that's a business case.
sorry?
I don't think that's a business case. That was a design spec.
So there's a report here, business case, Timaru District Council.
Okay.
And it outlines actually the amount of money, 8.6 million, and the recommendation to basically accept the report and get on and do or consider that work. So did you look at that and review that?
I have read that report. The interesting thing is that that's what they priced it at, as an investment to replace certain parts of the theatre, if I understand it right. So it's not, I haven't read it for a little while, but I have read that. What that doesn't tell me is how the theatre would operate with an investment of 8.6 million or 57 million. And therefore what investment, what additional investment the council or the community should put into it. At the time, that report was undertaken, that was to repair or remediate the existing safety and usage issues that were in the theatre.
It included a new back of house, a new roof, a new fly system, a new entrance to the back, and obviously a refurbishment. Done by a professional company specialised in theatres. So, you didn't have the opportunity to give feedback on that? I mean, at the time?
I don't think we got the opportunity to give feedback. I tracked that down through the last year and a half when I was asking for information. It never used to be on the council website. About a year ago, it appeared there.
Okay, and so as far as our consultation with you, sounds like you're actually not that happy with it. I've got some other submissions from other suppliers to the theatre and a similar sort of a theme. So really, the consideration from our theatre set has not really been given due consideration, obviously.
Yeah, I think that's probably, I mean, your words, but I'd probably support that, yeah.
Thank you. Oh, and the other thing, what's the sort of potential could we expect once it was completed? In some of the reports prior to it being closed, there was around about 20 to 27 events per annum held in the theatre. Would that be a ballpark in regards to
I hope
events?
not. I absolutely
Well,
hope
Ashburton's roughly about, if you look through the last, I had a look as well, and it was about 2 major events every month.
Yeah, no. Okay, so we're not talking necessarily about major events, but Ashburton has about 100 days usage a year.
Overall.
Overall, yeah.
Shows, 100 shows.
100 days, not necessarily shows.
That's
so
right.
there might be shows over 2 or 3 days or something like that sort of thing. So 100 days of usage. That's what I would expect as a minimum for the Theatre Royal. So every 3rd day, it would be booked for something.
Yeah.
That's more as an event
I think it's roughly 3 to 4 days a week usage. It's been utilised in some form.
Yeah, say 3 days a week, yeah.
That's cool. We'll move on because we are in the interest of time, but I think the key point, and you've summarised that in your submission, Chris, is around the operation model is the business case that you're talking around, marketing, promotion, that sort of thing. So that's been well communicated. Any final question, and then we'll move on. Thank you.
Chris, this has been a long journey. I acknowledge that. I'm just interested when we talk about Ashburton, a brand new build versus what we've got in the Theatre Royal. We took the front off it in 1992. You guys were keen for us to knock the back off it to make a stage house that's worthwhile. Would your preference have been, had you been given it, a new build rather than trying to do what we're doing now?
I think there's a lot of advantages with a new build. And one of the issues is that the theatre site and the theatre building is already got a lot of compromises associated with it, sort of thing, and a lot of work needs to be done to make the site, bring the site up to spec and the building up to spec. So what I feel is that we're spending a lot of money maintaining a building that is already, for the most part, 100 years old, sort of thing. Certainly that stage house is pretty old. I'd really have to look at that, Stu and or Councillor Pillington, and understand where the new site might be and what features it had in it to really answer that, yeah. But there's a lot of advantages in a new build.
Thank you, Councillor Pennington. Thanks, Chris and Mark. Appreciate that. Oh, sorry. Yep, Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chris, for your submission. Firstly, whilst I don't think it's my place to apologise for the lack of communication from the council, only being 6 weeks in, I just want to reassure you there are people at this table now that will make sure that that is rectified going forward. So I just want to reassure the Drama League and yourself that will not continue. And so I acknowledge your disappointment with that. I think it's great that the Drama League would like to play a leadership role in fundraising, and it's definitely another thing that I would like to advance more conversations with you about. And I also wonder if you are concerned as a Drama League with the current prices that are predicted for this theatre at the preliminary stage, that it is unaffordable to be used. Do you have concerns in its current state, the information that you and I have both received, that this will be an unusable or unaffordable space in its current state?
I think there's potential for that to happen. I don't know the model. I mean, Councillor Booth and I were just talking about the number of days usage, so that sort of can give you some sort of indicator of what it would cost. Other theatres, and I'll give you an example, the Ashburton Theatre Trust, as I said, runs about 100 days a year. So to be realistic, the Ashburton District Council subsidises that theatre for about $300,000 a year. Now, their higher pricing is considerably more than the old Theatre Royal higher pricing, probably by about a 30%, 20 to 30% range. So that, but, as one of the things that we have done, because we can't always, we haven't got a theatre here, is that we've staged a show in Ashburton. So we know what that pricing is and what it needs, what's required to sort of cover the costs of running a show. I don't know whether or not, there's a lot more to answer that, and that's part of what I was talking about with Councillor Booth, is that the actual business plan, how many days is it going to be operating, what is going to be the cost to operate that theatre out through the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years sort of thing, or the first 4 or 5 years of its operation. Ed, does that answer that?
Yep, thank you. Appreciate your submission.
Thank you for the opportunity.
No worries. So moving now to welcome Jimmy Wallace. And councillors, just in the interest of time, we need to be disciplined, so make sure you have a question and you get in early, because we may not have time for all of your questions. So if you have a specific submitter that you want to ask. Welcome, Jimmy, and the floor's yours.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm here as a board member of the South Canterbury Historical Society, and our group might be described as the friends and supporters of the museum. We have about 80 members. We have lodged a written submission supporting option 1, and it gives some background, and that will be on the record. But we do appreciate the opportunity to speak. We regard the museum as an excellent facility. It is well run, it has excellent exhibitions, education programs, and research facilities. However, as is well known, because the council has had reports done over the years, there are limitations and issues with the Perth Street site. This option 1, as we see it, provides an excellent solution to those issues, with the public face of the museum located in the CBD and the back of house functions remaining on the present site. However, in addition to the benefits that will be considerable for the museum and groups like ours that are associated with it, we believe the entire community will benefit from option 1. And we agree with the point made in the council reports that option 1 will be a key element in the regeneration and rejuvenation of the Stafford Street South area. This is not merely, of course, just a matter of fixing up buildings that we now have, but rather beyond that, it involves the creation of a new asset for the city, a major attraction, and an expansion. Our society is interested in history and heritage. We're associated, for example, with the Timaru Civic Trust. I am a long-standing member and the current patron of that trust. And in fact, our society has just published a heritage guide to South Canterbury, and I have a couple of copies here to pass around among councillors if they're interested, councillors. And interestingly, on the cover is a photograph of the Gladstone Board of Works building just across the street from the area that we're talking about refreshing. I mention this matter because we've seen what the Civic Trust achieved with the Landing Service building. And with the assistance of the Council and Heritage New Zealand, an old building in a dead area was converted into probably the liveliest part of the city. We must acknowledge the contribution of His Worship the Mayor in making this happen long before he took office. But I can tell you that in national heritage circles, the Landing Service building project is regarded as a remarkable success story, and it shows what can be done when you give an area a life and a function and you bring people there. The theatre and the museum project will do this by day and at night. We believe the building will be a catalyst to improve the area. These are public buildings which will benefit the community. They will attract conferences and other events. They will be a major asset. Timaru City should have both a theatre and a museum of quality, and we urge the adoption of option 1. As I don't know if you have any questions, but thank you.
Thanks, team. Thanks, Jimmy. And questions? Councillor Booth.
Jimmy, yeah, thanks for that. And what would you suggest? I mean, at any cost, do we carry on with this, or do we actually do we need to think prudently about this and how much we actually should put into this?
Yes. Look, I haven't dealt with the budget question, but clearly something has to be built because it's the worst site in the South Stafford Street area at the moment. So you're going to have to spend something. If you don't do option one, I understand that the injection of government money, a substantial amount into South Canterbury, will be lost, which will be a bit of a tragedy. Yes, it's expensive. It won't get any cheaper, but I believe, as I've said, that you are creating a benefit, and it will be an asset that if it's well managed, and I haven't commented again on the business plan, but it must be properly operated, it will be a plus. That's the way we see it.
Thank you. Any further questions for Jimmy? No, all good. Thank you. Thanks so much for your submission. Appreciate that. 6 in Melbourne.
Hi everybody, I'm Richard Howie and this is Melvin Howie, my son, and we work for a company called Audio Dynamite, and we have been providing sound and lighting services in the Theatre Royal for many years. In fact, probably around about 30 or so years of history at least, of doing shows for the Drama League, for schools, for many events, conferences, comedy shows, all sorts of things that tour through. Basically, we support option A, but it's sort of, we've got a number of issues that we've got that sort of surround that. Primarily in my submission, I sort of mentioned that there's a lot of things that are wrong with the current theatre, with its old design, that really is not up to modern theatre designs in particular for putting on productions and shows. It's if you look at most modern theatres that have been built or renovated around the country, they have just about all removed the back of house and they've renovated completely and gone in quite a different direction to what I believe the council's heading with this project. In my submission, I mentioned that there's problems with, for example, the orchestra pit. I'm one of the few people here that has worked extensively in the orchestra pit with orchestras, and there's few other people that have. And it's too small. You try to get people in there, and they literally can't even get into their seats. You've actually got to climb over the rail. Musicians have to climb over the rail to get into the orchestra pit when it's got a full. Well, and we can't even fit a full orchestra in there because it's just so cramped and small. So I'm a bit interested to know whether there's going to be anything done about that to start with, because it needs to be extended underneath the stage. I believe the stage is being removed and levelled. Perfect opportunity to actually deal with that properly. Increase the size of that area under there. It's also cold and damp down there because there's an issue with moisture in the theatre down the bottom, especially down there. You get down there and you'll feel the cold and you'll feel that damp air. That needs to be addressed. There's obviously, if you're going to be looking at going under the stage, there's always been an issue of a lack of storage in the Theatre Royal, and that again, right from the outset of this project, we've tried to encourage the council to look at excavating underneath the stage and making that whole area storage area and room that they can put set and props, and even, in other theatres they have
singers as well.
Sorry, what?
Other singers.
Backstage singers, all sorts of things. We've done a number of shows where the backstage area is so small that it is actually verging on dangerous, trying to get cast and crew and set moved backstage.
As well as props.
Yeah, and the current design doesn't address that at all. And that is frustrating, you know, because we're going to end up with those problems are still going to exist. And other problems that I put in my submission were things like the fact that the current seating, for example, is in the stalls is very shallow, very poor sight lines in it, so it's not a steep rake that the audience has to look at the stage. The stage is to be levelled, I believe, so it makes it even potentially worse rather than better. If you look at a lot of other theatres that have done renovations, they've actually removed the stalls in the circle and made it one single tier of seating that's the steepest rake of seating, and everybody gets to get a good view. Gore, for example, is a classic example of that. In fact, they had an old theatre that they renovated, and they pretty much did what should have happened to the Theatre Royal, which is remove the back of house, remove the seating, put in a steeper tier of seating, and address a lot of the issues that are technical problems with a theatre that the public doesn't see. The public never sees these issues, but we're the ones that have to try and deal with it.
The other main issue that I see is around the load and dock, and we've brought this up numerous times. You've currently got one load-in point for what is effectively going to be sound, lighting, set design, props, costume, makeup, musicians. Now you've also got the museum on top of that, and that's not taking into consideration the fact you may have a show packing out one night, the same night as the next show is trying to pack in. I believe it's frankly unacceptable to accept a museum with a museum and theatre facility that only has one door to load in through. There are numerous other places that this could be looked into. For example, you could look at the southeast entrance to the stage. That could be used from Welcome Street. You could have a second load and dock that benefits solely the theatre, because arguably it is when the theatre has a lot of traffic that this becomes a massive issue. That was pretty much the main point I had. Other than that, I was sort of going to just quickly touch on the fact that the theatre has opportunities for people of all ages. You know, local talent get to use it. It's not just musicians, it's dancers, singers, painters. It's a place to learn new skills, be part of a crew, build team skills, and entertain an audience much more than anything else. This venue is an outlet for everyone. Not everyone wants to be a sports star, not everyone wants to be on a sports field. So I believe this is the main community space that brings together people of all these communities to work together to put on a performance. And without it, we'll lose our cultural part of Timaru, which I strongly stand for.
I probably should have a quick look at any other points that I've had in here. Obviously, the load and access that Melvin just talked about is one of the key issues that we would like to see addressed better than the current designs. Most theatres, when they get renovated, have a truck deck level load and dock. So the truck backs in and it's literally wheeled straight off flat onto a loading dock. And
you are excavating around the building, so it seems like a logical time to do something like that as well.
Yeah, it seems like a missed opportunity there as well. You know, that's a key feature of any theatre, is how you get things in and out of it. And like Melvin said, sometimes there can be extremely tight turnarounds, and we can see potential issues if the museum's got some sort of an exhibition running and then there's something happening in the theatre that's packing in and packing out. It's just going to be mayhem around a single truck load and access. It's really going to be quite a nightmare.
Another thing that I've got here too is, as Chris mentioned, the consultation has been pretty laughable at best. We haven't been involved in this process. I sort of feel like there's been a bias internally towards the museum side, being that you have members of TDC that run for the museum. I believe they've been at more of these meetings than we have, which I feel is, being that it's meant to be sort of a 50-50 split, it's sort of shifting it more in favour of the museum's side of the design.
We've also always had an issue in the theatre with acoustics in the room, so I'd like to think that at some point, if there is going to be some sort of renovation, that the acoustics in the room gets looked at. There's, if you stand on the stage and clap your hands, you get a massive slapback that comes from the back wall. So in other words, what's happening is the sound's travelling down the room, hitting the back wall behind everyone in the back row, and then comes back, and you get this big echo that comes back. Part of the problem in that theatre is that it's all plaster, so every surface front of the proscenium arch is pretty much plaster, other than the audience and seating. And it all has the same reflective characteristics, so it tends to reverberate quite badly. And one of the other ones is a side-to-side wall reverberation that slaps sideways, and all of these things add to the degradation of the sound quality that can be achieved in there. It wouldn't take a great deal of effort to look at addressing that. It could just literally be some acoustic panels on the rear wall behind people to help fix that. One of the other things is that we've never been able to do is obviously fly our speakers, because there's no flying infrastructure in place, which I believe is being addressed. But to coincide with that, we also need the ability to be able to mount speakers or get them installed under the balcony, because in the stall seating, there is the people that are back underneath that stall seating really don't get covered very well from a speaker system. So the further you are back in the theatre, potentially the worse it is from a sound point of view. And the current existing design, there's really not a lot we can do about it, other than putting our speakers very low on the stage. And actually, in fact, the theatre currently has some platforms that I built probably getting on to 30 years ago for the theatre, because there was nowhere to mount speakers. And I built those and put them in the theatre years ago. And that was to put the speakers off to the sides and get them low so they could fire underneath the balcony. Of course, modern speaker designs have changed considerably. They are now everything just about as a line array system, where speakers go up and they aim down, and that's going to make this under balcony problem even worse, because once you try to put speakers up there, we need some mounting points and we need some cabling infrastructure for those to be put in place. The other thing around cabling too is obviously with new dressing rooms and all that sort of stuff, obviously we would love to be consulted with all the cabling infrastructure that's going to be looked at in a new build if it goes ahead, because there's a lot of detail there that we need to have input on. We've asked to have input into this project from the instinct.
Look, if it does go ahead, you would be very interested in getting your input around that detailed design, obviously, and we won't have time to work through all of this now, but there'll be questions to work through, like Stix's, come to you in a minute, Councillor Booth. There's some really good points that would need to be worked through with officers when decision time this afternoon. So, Councillor Booth.
Thanks. It's really interesting, and it's to see obviously your consultation's gone. Have you worked in a theatre that actually is more, you would say, more appropriate for a town like Timaru?
Just about everyone. Invercargill, Christchurch, Blenheim, up the North Island, we've been through so many theatres, it's not funny.
I guess I'm thinking more along the lines of the size of our town, like Ashburton, you've got
Blenheim
multi-purpose, which is actually a small conference facility as well.
Blenheim is the same as well.
That's okay?
Yep, they did the same thing. They bowled the back of the arch back, which I've been saying from day dot. Blenheim built new, which again is the other option that we would primarily.
So you're probably aware there's lots of examples of theatre around the country that are theatres that have been renovated and done a pretty good job of it. Blenheim is the one that did a new build, and I really wish the council had looked at a new build when all this started to blow up, because if you go and look at that venue, is just amazing compared to the antiquated design that we've got, which is old school theatre design. And don't get me wrong, I love the theatre. It's got a great atmosphere and character, but it doesn't meet the needs of modern shows very well. So
how long have you been doing your in this industry?
Well, I did an audio engineering degree diploma when I was 22, 23 years old, and I'm 60 now, so
40
years.
Pretty much. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
One question from Councillor Jackson, and then we'll move on.
My question was answered in that last one.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. Councillor Biddington.
Thanks for that, Stix. Hey, look, I'm just concerned when you use the word dangerous. if we don't knock the back off, is it still going to be dangerous when we complete this, if we stay within the same footprint? And can you just expand a wee bit on what is dangerous?
Well, just the sheer lack of room. When you've got theatre shows in particular that have large pieces of set that are moving around, admittedly that will be potentially a wee bit better once the flying system's upgraded and put in place, because then they can potentially fly more equipment out of the way.
You're also losing the space for the piano dock, which takes up a large portion in the back corner, and the current props stayed at the back of the building as well. So we'll gain a small amount there. But like I say, if you had a secondary load-in dock that could be put on the Wilcombe Street side as well, that could then be used to move more of those set pieces that create more of that dangerous areas.
It's really a case of the fact that sometimes you've got huge casts, especially some of the junior shows in particular, can be very, very large number of people backstage. You've got crew backstage, and that can be quite a lot, especially if you've got big bits of set to move around, tables and chairs and stuff like that, and you need to get on stage. And the side room in the wings is really quite small in that theatre.
You've got the stair access to the pit as well, which is probably in one of the worst positions you could put it, because it's right at the front of the stage, where people are trying to get on and off every time they come in and off that stage. So that needs to be addressed as well.
So that's pretty much it. It's just a tight space, and when you go back there, you'd be quite. You've got people coming off stage doing costume change. Sometimes they have to do it side stage. You've got tables, chairs, and props, and crew running around all over the place, and it can be very, very tight in there at times. And again, that's not being addressed at all with any of the current proposals.
So, question: that combined space in between is specific for extra parts of the theatre to go, and does that not work as far as that extra space in the side?
It's around the props. It's the props and people coming in and off the stage.
Pieces of set small enough to be able to fit in that theatre. They can't do difficult stuff. When we did Les Mis there years ago, that was it was only just able to fit all of that set in there, and it had to be modified to even fit in the theatre, because every other theatre could take the whole thing, and it had to be sort of adopted to fit into that space. So,
It was a touring show as well, so that's a stage that went through the whole of New Zealand. Same with Mamma Mia, it came through. That was 3 shipping containers, which again comes back to the load-in issues. So.
Cool. Thank you. Really appreciate that, and thanks for taking the time and the detail. It's really important. Thank you. So we move now to individual submissions, and first up, and still apologies for lateness, we've got Lee Burton. Welcome, Lee. Yeah. Welcome, Lee. You've got 5 minutes, and there'll be a wee dinger at 3 minutes 30. So if you want to allow time for questions, thank you.
So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. I first gave a submission to this project when it was proposed to spend 12 to 13 million on the upgrade of the theatre. That was a few years ago, and I think in the 10-year plan there was about 10 million allocated to it. I suggested then that the council needed to consider what was affordable by the ratepayers. I suggested that councillors should consider looking at the new theatre in Ashburton, which at that time could give Timaru a brand new earthquake standard building with the ability to hold conferences, etc. And I'd also been told to build a replica of the Ashburton building would cost $9 to $10 million. So you get a brand new building instead of a slight upgrade of an old building where you only were doing a little bit at the front and the back. I understand the last council members were offered the view to view the Ashburton Theatre, but only one councillor took the opportunity to do so. I do not know if any staff members looked at any other similar facilities before taking council down the path that they have followed. It would seem very few. I've made some inquiries and found the new Court Theatre in Christchurch has a budget of 40 million, 30 million from the council and the remainder from fundraising, and they have within that budget had the design done by an international theatre expert architect. The Isaac Theatre in Christchurch is owned by a trust and did a huge upgrade. Not only did they have the insurance money for the earthquake and a grant from the council, but a lot of funds came from huge fundraising efforts in the community, for donations of $1 million and more. The Ashburton Theatre was built by a community group, and it had a lot of donations and grants, and I think my mother paid for one of the seats, and so did 300 to 400 other people. The theatre is an excellent venue, designed by an architect in Christchurch who has experience as a theatre performer, and as Simon Neil has said, it is better than the New York Opera House. The acoustics are excellent, and many shows and events, meaning a lot of usage, I've attended there. There's also nowhere in that theatre that you sit that you can't get a good view of the stage. It attracts many shows and events, a lot of usage, and I've attended a lot of things at that theatre, from the New Zealand Ballet, international shows, school productions, etc. I've been to business meetings there. I've seen companies have their AGMs there. The U3A meet there. It gets not just for shows, it's lots of other things because it's got a thing and it can hold the conferences. It's fair to say it encourages me to go. I've gone to lots of things. It cannot say the same for the Theatre Royal here, the Timaru Theatre. I think I've only been, dare I say it, 3 times in my life, and only because I had to. I was told 2 years ago that this cost of this project in Timaru would cost in excess of $40 million. And it'd be fair to say I waited a long time. How the council proceeded down the same path for another 2 years without having a more open discussion with the ratepayers. From what I understand, the original consultants, Rubix, were hired for a 3-year term, 1 year for design and 2 years for build. After a year, they were struggling to get the council to finalise a brief, and that the council did not appreciate being told that the cost increases for their wants had risen so much. I don't know, does the council have a quantity surveyor on staff that they knew better than these consultants as to what costs would be? I understand the original amount allocated for the project in the 10-year plan was 12 million or whatever, and the shovel-ready funding given by government was to help reduce the cost to ratepayers. Instead, the council increased the design to just double the cost, and with the now grandiose scheme intended to land ratepayers with a large ongoing rate bill. It is very easy to sit on council and spend money. No one in the council has to earn the money, they just spend it. The poor ratepayers are billed and told to pay. As councillors who are accountable to the ratepayer, please consider them all. South Canterbury has a higher than average number of beneficiaries, and rate increases are hard on them. You should present budgets and have a business plan for the ongoing running costs of the facility. Can I suggest you have a working group that consists of councillors and staff to consider the project, and that you as a council have far more discussion and open forum? Most would agree that something needs to be done, but I've not seen any evidence of a properly planned and well-researched project with appropriate information made public for us to make an informed opinion. May I also suggest that the most important part of the project is to make sure you use a specialist architect for the design. I don't think that design and build is the way to go.
Thanks, Lee. Really good. Questions from the floor? Yeah, Councillor Oliver.
Just a quick question, Lee. Do you think it would have been prevalent if there was an option to build new in the consultation?
Well, I've just walked down the main street since about 8:30 this morning talking to lots of people, and every shop I went into I asked them what they thought, and I haven't found one yet that was in support of increase, going down one of these major routes. They're all concerned about the impact it will have on rates and actually what you're going to achieve at the end of it. A lot of them seem to think a new build was the way to go.
Cool. Thanks, Councillor Oliver. Any further questions? Thanks, Lee. Really appreciate that. Is Ian here? Oh, yes, Ian Henley. Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Ian Hanley. It's a privilege to be here before you. I'm a ratepayer as well as an Anglican priest, and previously I've been Dean of Waikato and involved theatre in the cathedral there of St Peter's. My message to you would be simply trust your architects. They're not going to do something for you that you A, can't afford, and B, won't do what you seek. Just go for gold. This is a golden opportunity for you. It's something that will be remembered in the years to come. And I think it's important that you've heard the criticisms that are coming before you, but those can be managed if you've got the right professional help. I would encourage you also to employ somebody who will be a fundraiser, who can encourage some of the bigger companies in this part of the world to take on a major financial commitment. And I would also urge you to keep in touch with the Minister for Arts, Ms. Cipollone, so that the government is informed. They can perhaps provide you with more money as necessary, and also that you can set a date, perhaps 3 years' time, where the King or a royal can come and put the royal into the Theatre Royal, and also that you might have a New Zealand production for the royal as well. I wish you the wisdom of Solomon, but I certainly haven't designed a theatre, and I suspect many of you have not, so use the professional help that's available to you.
Thank you. Questions? Some good advice. Any theatre designers around the room? No? Thanks, Ian. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Jeanette. Is Jeanette here? Oh, Jeanette? Yes, perfect. Thank you. Welcome.
Sorry.
It's all right. The floor is yours, Jeanette.
Good morning, Mayor Nigel and councillors. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak this morning. I speak simply as a lover of the theatre in general, and of the performing arts. I've been involved with the Theatre Royal since I was about 4 years old and I first appeared on the stage. I've been a performer, I've been a choreographer, I've been a hirer of the theatre, I've been a member of the audience many times, and I was one of the early friends of the Theatre Royal. During those years, very little has been done to improve or modernise the backstage and dressing room areas. Space is limited, access is very restricted, the fly floor, as you know, doesn't meet today's standards. It's very much backstage as it was all those years ago. And when a decision was made in the 90s to keep and renovate the theatre, everything stopped at the proscenium arch. And so if an opportunity is not taken today to do the work that's needed behind that proscenium arch, our beautiful Theatre Royal really will just become a white elephant. We're wasting the potential of this beautiful theatre. We were not given an option to discuss a new build, so that doesn't come into my discussion. But we should be proud that Timaru has the size of Timaru to have a viable theatre is very sad. We shouldn't have to be travelling to Timaru or Ashburton to see performances and there meet up with a whole lot of other Timaruvians who've already been forced to travel. I was involved for many years with the Royal New Zealand Ballet. I was involved with discussions held between the company and previous councils, and it is a fact that one of the main reasons the company stopped coming to Timaru was because of the state of the theatre, particularly the backstage area. From the options we were given, I voted for option 1, and if this option's not chosen, then really, why do anything at all? Because if that backstage area is not improved, the stage area, The theatre will just continue to languish and it will no longer be a hub for the performing arts in our town. But if option 1 is chosen, then it can't actually stop there either. It would be very, very important for the council to be proactive in promoting the theatre, to actively engage with all those organisations who used to come to Timaru and who no longer use the theatre, and with those organisations that might come in the future, to let them know that we now have a theatre fit for purpose. It would be important for the council to go out and actively search for the many diverse happenings that the theatre could host, to appoint a specific person to act perhaps as an event manager or theatre manager so that they can build relationships both with the users and with the theatre. This is your chance perhaps to save our theatre from going into decline. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for Jeanette? No? Thank you, very enthusiastic. We really appreciate that. We have now Tina Rogers. Tina, welcome. See you.
Thank you.
Floor's yours.
First of all, I'm echoing a lot of the sentiments that I've just heard here, but I feel that it's remiss to be deciding to spend such a significant amount of money without a business case to provide information to you councillors who are making the decision and the public to be able to make an informed decision. I see that this would tell the story about what is planned, why, and how it would work when completed. I know there's a lot of sentiment and the feedback for do it once and do it right. There's no doubt that the performing arts and heritage are important parts of our community. But how do you know that what is being proposed is being done properly, especially for the theatre component? How can you be sure that we will not end up with a white elephant? What are the objectives of the spend? How will it generate more use? Will it be fit for purpose for the next 50 to 80 years, which is the time frame we're funding this over? How does the current plan that's in the consultation document relate to the return brief report that was done in 2020? That looked a comprehensive document. How does this relate to it? The world's changed significantly over the last 3 years with COVID. How's this been factored into the project? All of this should be within a business plan so that you can make a truly informed decision. Given the amount of money proposed, is a purpose-built multi-use facility an option? Maybe not, but who knows? People need to be at the centre of the design. There appears to be a single focus on building the building, not on the use of the facility, particularly for the theatre. I have a lot more confidence in the Heritage Centre component of this, but I'm not comfortable with the theatre component or the integration of those two components and how there can be multi-use. It appears from the feedback to this consultation that there are several stakeholders who have a lot more knowledge that have concerns about the theatre details and the poor process to date. This just increases the probability of a white elephant for the theatre. It's also important that you need to be upfront and transparent with the cost of the facility. The $17 is not the issue. What is going to be the total cost, and how will these costs affect all types of ratepayers, initially and for the long term? The financial information in the report appears to be purposefully vague. I also do not believe that the debt threshold should be increased at the moment. There are just far too many other issues and priorities that need to be considered rather than this project in isolation. I do not consider that the significant increase in cost is to be good decision-making or governance when there are so many issues outstanding, including the art gallery and the significant or lack of significant progress to date and the difficulty in trying to get that work done. Exceeding the budget on other projects such as the sound show, the significant spend expected at Airingi Park and how reliable are those budgets? Uncertainty around Three Waters, impact of climate change on council assets, let alone earthquake-prone buildings and the impact on the main street. Other projects might need to be delayed to allow this project to happen and stay within a more appropriate debt level. So my recommendation is to pause and reassess. Bring stakeholders on board. Develop an operating model around the people, not the building, and look at the long term. Be transparent about the costs and the impact on ratepayers, and look at the broader issues and decide if reprioritising is required. Thank you.
Thanks, Tina. Councillor Booth.
Thanks, Tina. That was good. Now, we're doing this over 80 years, and you've mentioned that, and I've just seen some other information within the council that we normally would do something over like this over, say, 25 years. What would normally be your experience of, say?
Traditionally, it would have been over 30 years, but we're certainly open to look at funding longer. I'd be very reluctant over 80 years, but yeah, there is some scope in there. But what's been put there, it's can't see. Business case, the information's not there for people to see.
Yeah, okay, no, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Really good submission though, Tina, really appreciate the detail, thank you. So now we go to Peter McCauley, welcome. Peter.
Not too good in the hearing department.
Oh, you're all right, no worries.
My name is Peter McCauley. I was born in Timaru, lived here for 85 years, and I'm just interested in what's happening in our town. Great place to live. I was always in favour of spending money on the Theatre Royal to bring it up to modern standards, but still retain its old world charm. Unsure about the Heritage Hub because the present museum is an unsuitable building on an unsuitable site, built in the days when there was no public consultation. I attended the first drop-in session at the council chambers in here. Can't remember if there was any drop-in sessions the first time round. I was welcomed by Nigel and I was able to study the plans with Nicole Timney. I was surprised at the shared space in the Heritage Hub, example, loading bay, workshop, kitchen and toilets out the back of the Heritage Hub. New toilets, access from the auditorium, and it's in the Heritage Hub. That's for the Heritage Hub as well. Then additional theatre space in the new Heritage Hub, like the side of the stage area and storage. So it became obvious the theatre and Heritage Hub are so interlinked that it'd be penny pinching to go with option 3 and hard to see how a theatre only upgrade would work. Theatre improvements, these are just examples that I noticed on the plan. Back of the stage, new changing rooms, new seats, new foundations. Marvellous what they can do these days. New foundation under the brick walls, new sound system, new lighting. The auditorium ceiling had been repaired years ago to a very high standard. The ornate cornices retained, and our ex-neighbour, the signwriter Colin Taylor, he painted them. Front of the house and foyer in very, very good condition. So the Theatre Royal goes from the worst in New Zealand to the best. What is going on display in the Heritage Hub is still a bit of a mystery, perhaps more about early Maori and European settlement. James Mackenzie and his dog and his exploits written into New Zealand folklore. Bob Fitzsimmons, Jack Lovelock, Farlap, Richard Pearce, Colin Murdoch, Bill Hamilton, Cecil Wood, the list goes on and on, all famous New Zealand, South Canterbury achievers. I've been to the Ashburton Event Centre twice. It's a modern, functional building lacking atmosphere and character. The foyer area is restricted by the stairways that go up both sides to the auditorium. And the auditorium is like this, with the two aisles down the side about that wide and the steps all the way down. So, and the whole thing gives you effect of being closed in, like the walls are coming, the ceiling's coming down. Whereas the Theatre Royal is all about space. It's all, you got spacious auditorium, spacious aisles, and spacious foyers. Yes to option one.
Thanks, Peter, and thanks for showing so much interest with the drop-ins as well. It's great to see you there. Questions from the floor? Yeah, and look, you enlighten us to some...
I just should have mentioned too, I felt as though I was sitting in Forsyth Bar watching a game of rugby rather than listening to Simon O'Neill, the opera singer. Thank you very much for it.
No worries. Thank you for being engaged. We really appreciate it. Thanks, Peter. Does anyone require a break for 3 minutes? Yeah, we'll do a 5-minute break, and then we've got Alan Roberts after the break. I'll put Ella back into the program because she wasn't able to be here, but great to have you. And so, Ella, please join us for your presentation. Yeah, brilliant, thank you. Now, sorry, could you just push the one on the right? That's it, perfect. The floor's yours, thanks.
So firstly, I would just like to say how frustrating it is to have to be back here again after being here last time and still nothing has happened. I think my biggest frustration is that we live in a town where the arts are severely undervalued by a lot of people, and being someone who makes a living in the arts, it's difficult to feel welcome in a town where sporting especially is completely overshadows the arts in a lot of ways. I have around, I think I've probably had around 300 or 400 students take singing lessons with me over the past 10 years. And I'm only one singing teacher in Timaru. There's a lot of other performing arts people in Timaru. And that's a lot of children that are going through different performing arts, whether it's speech and drama or singing or dance. And it's quite upsetting that all of those people don't have facilities that are usable, that they can perform in, unlike a lot of sporting places where there's amazing hockey turfs and amazing swimming pools, and that's just very disappointing, and it makes living in Timaru a lot harder than it needs to be, really. I am very for the theatre being upgraded. I love the historic elements of the theatre, and I think it would be a massive shame to Timaru to lose that. We have the largest collection of Edwardian buildings in the Southern Hemisphere, and that's not really promoted, and to lose our amazing theatre as well would be, I think, very devastating for the town. But in saying that, the backstage part of the theatre is not fit for purpose. It's completely unusable the way it is at the moment for modern theatre. Having been built 100 years ago, it's just not going to cut it, and the council needs to make sure that the plans for the theatre upgrade are completely, take that fully into account, so that we can have all of the productions, whether it be shows, whether it be individual singing performances by New Zealand artists from around the world, local people that want to use it. I mean, in the past you've had the Jump Jam and like the Flava Festival and all sorts of things that have been at the Theatre Royal, and at the moment they don't have anywhere amazing that they can perform at. But we need to make sure that all of those backstage areas are really usable. We need dressing rooms that are a big enough size to accommodate for large numbers of people using them. We need space for backstage crews to be able to sit down. I mean, in the past at the theatre, if you were working backstage, you basically never got to sit down because the kitchen fit like 3 people in it, and you might have a crew of like 50 or 60, and if you're there working a rehearsal that's 12 hours, that's a long time to not even be able to sit down and have a cup of coffee. And in the last plans, there was no plan to change the size of the kitchen, which is just seems ridiculous to me. I am definitely not against the heritage building or anything like that. I think that would be great, but I do think that it's important for the heritage building to not overshadow the theatre. We already do have a museum, and whether it's not big enough at the moment and we can improve on that is a different issue, but the theatre is not in commission, like we can't use it at all, so we're lacking that very important feature of our town. I think that going forward there needs to be somebody who represents the theatre, because there hasn't really been anybody involved in the process who represents the theatre from a Timaru standpoint, who understands how the theatre is used by people in Timaru. And I think that that's really important. Thank you. Would you like to say anything?
May I say something?
Yeah, no worries. Yeah,
Yvonne?
we're on time, so yeah,
Okay,
go for it.
just very quickly, when you look back in history and you look back at great disasters, the Great Wars, earthquake in Christchurch, the first thing to be built after what happened in Christchurch was the Court Theatre. And why? Because people want to be entertained. They want a place where they can go and feel happy and feel safe and be entertained. 1987, when Wall Street crashed, Broadway was sold out within 3 weeks. This is where the theatre takes people. Option A, yes. Backstage is not fit for purpose, as it is. Anybody who has worked backstage, and I can probably take 4 people in this room that's worked backstage, myself included, on many occasions. There wasn't even a wheelchair access. It has to be right. We get one chance at doing it right. And I feel that you have this great opportunity to entertain your people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Any questions? No, all good. Really appreciate that. Thanks for putting the time in, and yeah, appreciate you coming in an alternative time. So really appreciate that, and well thought through. Thank you. Go now. We've got Ellen. Welcome, Ellen.
Thank you.
No worries. Nice to see you. And the floor's yours. So you've got 5 minutes, and if you want to
I won't need that.
That's all right. Thank you.
Yeah, Alan, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Alan Robert is my name. I worked and lived in Timaru for 40 years. And I wanted to take this opportunity because I think the main reason I'm doing this is that the theatre has been now closed for 3 years. We have really missed the dance, the musicals, the bands and the entertainers who used to come to Timaru. We really have become a cultural oasis, and having to travel to Christchurch, Oamaru, or Dunedin to attend these things. And also, of course, the hospitality industry has lost out enormously in Timaru, and the other businesses as well. I personally was very disappointed when I saw that demolishing the theatre was not an option at this stage, and I really feel very strongly that it should be. As a ratepayer, I am very concerned the increased costs of the theatre upgrade, as I'm sure they will continue to do so. We all know that once you start digging into an old building, you usually come across some unexpected problems. Ashburton, as you know, has built a superb modern theatre with all the extras which people want to have today. They and many of the new builds now around the world, around New Zealand, are using the tilt slab construction, which is quicker, and thus surely it must be cheaper than what we're looking at here now in Timaru. Even at this stage, you could surely get a ballpark figure on costings, what this sort of thing would do, what it would cost, rather than what we're trying to do here. The unfortunately old theatre has served its purpose, and I think we should move on. I think you could find that quite a large number of Timaru people would agree on this approach. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Brilliant, thanks Alan. I think point well made. So, but any questions at all? Probably not, but yeah,
okay.
Well made.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate
Cheers.
you making the time. Go now to Hugh. Welcome, Hugh.
Waiting.
So you've only got 5 minutes, Hugh, but the size of that file we might...
I might be here all day.
Floor's yours.
Okay. So, tēnā koutou katoa. I had anticipated coming well prepared for today, but I've been stymied because of council procedures. I asked for information about the foundations for the Theatre Royal and the engineer's report. The response that I got was, sorry, that's been treated as a request under the Official Information of Meetings Act. So I might have a response in 10 to 20 working days if you want to hear from me now. That's the kind of frustration that citizens are facing, and I think that's absolutely ridiculous that it's not made available to me for this meeting. Anyway, that's so be it. So I would have liked to have seen the engineer's report. I've seen reports about instability with bricks being removed to extend the building into what's going to, or planned to be, the museum, and that's obviously going to, not just the foundations, but the stability, as I understand it, of the whole building is going to be affected. The cost of the project's extended beyond a joke, and ratepayers are being asked to fork out an extraordinary amount. I've already made points previously about looking for sponsorship and looking to other ways of contributing funds other than ratepayers' funds. And I think there is a way, and I think Councillor Jackson has shown that previously by what he managed to do with Seaplane. The theatre's been closed for 3 years. Why? I mean, I know it takes a while to get all this information together. Now I can't even get the engineer's report that's been assembled. The Drama League's made a huge contribution to our community over the years, and they've been stopped in their tracks by it being closed. We can't have other functions here. I believe the theatre's been stripped of its seating and so on. I wonder whether it could be temporarily reopened if time's taken to look at what's been suggested, I believe, and that's starting afresh and starting with a brand new building. So I would also like to see a councillor, or maybe two councillors, taking a lead role for such a significant project. Where can I go for information? Go to the council staff. And they respond, go to the Official Information Act. Absolute rubbish. I want to see a councillor who's prepared to put his shoulders back, or her shoulders back, and get stuck into this and make it something for our community. We have a heap of patched up jobs. We have the library roof that's been patched, supposed to last for 10 years. We know the situation with our art gallery, and the house gallery's closed. Now you can't even get tenders to fix it up. The museum hasn't got enough room. And the theatre complex, well, that's been pulled apart and come to a standstill. Let's be positive. Let's get in behind it, and let's all work together. And the community, I think, will work in as well. In the long-term plan, that may have to change, or there may have to be an amendment to it. It's good to have long-term plans, but in this day and age, things change quickly. We've had, as we mentioned, COVID, and then we've got the shortage of supplies and so on, all of which is affecting costing. We should be amending the long-term plan, and we should go back to square one. I think that we, as I've heard for a couple of submissions, we need a new building. We need a complex that is adequate, that's going to be something of heritage for our children and our grandchildren. What's the patch-up job going to do? Is that going to give a heritage item for the future? Is it going to look good? There's my, I have a slightly enlarged picture. I'm actually quite sick of the band-aids that council keeps putting on things. I've stuck a couple of band-aids on this picture because, to me, the join between the two doesn't go well. That's a matter of opinion, perhaps, but it doesn't go well aesthetically. At the very least, I think that should be revisited. I'm sick of patch-up jobs with the library, with the museum, and now with our theatre. The house gallery needs repairs, and it's not even open either. So what have we got? We've got a massive mess, and we haven't got any art facilities of significance. Time to get back to the table, time to think carefully, and time to do something that's going to be of heritage for future generations. You can't keep patching up old jobs all the time. The old stone house, was it, where the Theatre Royal is, has been patched up lots of times. The 1990s renovation made it look great, and I was really impressed with that. But it's had its day, and it's not suitable for modern productions. So I think that we need to, and I would urge councillors to reconsider the whole concept. We've got land, we've got buildings that the council owns. I'm absolutely certain that something better can be done with it, and possibly at a better cost than patching up an old building. And goodness knows, as has been mentioned, what we might find once you start pulling out the bricks and getting into it. So my submission is to go back to square one and to have a councillor who's prepared to go shoulders back and take charge of this project. They might be frightened of losing votes, but they might lose votes if someone doesn't step in and take charge of a significant project that's going to be the future for our heritage and our children and grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Hugh? Well, at one point, I think I'd disagree that we're not available. You sent me a video on Sunday night, and you haven't, taken the opportunity, and you could have at any time. We're connected on Messenger, so I'd say that's a point not well made. I think we're all very available, and anyone would have made contact if you'd reached out with the elected members.
In reply to that, I have reached out. I mean, I've reached out to our mayor, and there's a difference between being available and actually responding with something positive. And why hasn't the council come forward and made those plans available to me? Why hide behind the Official Information Act? That's incredible.
And that request was made on last Thursday?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Any further questions? Thanks, Hugh. Appreciate it. Thanks for your submission.
And councillors, and good luck with your decision. I hope we get something that's going to be remarkable.
Thank you. Alrighty. Jackie, is Tony joining us on?
Yes, he's joined by Zoom. He's not there.
He's not there yet? No, that's cool. Is Jerry here yet? No, I saw Bev's out there, isn't she? Welcome, Bev.
Good morning. This is rather daunting. All these people.
They're pretty intimidating, especially those Temuka ones, aren't they?
Pardon?
They're pretty intimidating, especially those Temuka ones over there.
I'm not sure if I can hear if my hearing aids are working properly or not. Might be able, I might be adjusting them.
No worries. Look, welcome, and the floor's yours. You've got 5 minutes to talk to us.
Right. Now, my submission that I put in says, and I'll find the right pages now, I'll go in the discussion. In my opinion, the new plan for the theatre is not fit for purpose. Patrons should be able to see the stage clearly from all seats downstairs. The only way this can be achieved is by having a sloped floor from the stage to the back of the theatre. Think about Mountain View High School Theatre, the Little Theatre in Timaru, a perfect view of the stage from every seat. The reason the area is sloped from the stage to the back of the buildings. The Ashburton Theatre design enables patrons to see the stage clearly from every seat, as it is sloped from stage to back of the auditorium. A purpose-built theatre. My suggestion, build a new theatre in Timaru, which is fit for purpose. A theatre where patrons can see clearly, where performers have excellent backstage facilities, and whatever else is needed in a modern theatre. Patrons do not want to spend money on expensive tickets to see a show and not see the stage clearly. As I stated in my submission, I paid $80 to see the Russian ballet at the Theatre Royal. That would be a couple of years ago now, isn't it? I couldn't see the stage clearly. A couple of days later, I found another $80 and went up to Ashburton to see the same show at their theatre, a perfect view. The reason? Because it's sloped right from the stage to the top of the building. So why waste all this money? I don't know if the right word is waste. Why pay all this money for something that I could see in the plan as not sloping the downstairs part of the Theatre Royal? To me, it is a waste of money. Build a new theatre. Heritage, somewhere I read that Heritage New Zealand doesn't want you to bulldoze that or etc., etc. Now, why should they have the final say about our theatre or what is best for Timaru? They're not paying extra rates nor paying to see shows where we cannot see the performance clearly. The front of the three buildings in the plans to me also seem a mishmash of styles. Bluestone front of hotel looks so out of place to me. The architects might have a different opinion. I understand we need a purpose-built museum. I will leave that to the experts to solve that problem. Thank you for listening, and I look forward to enjoying the shows in the new purpose-built theatre. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Booth.
Thanks for that, Bev.
Yes, fine, right. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Bev. That was excellent, and I had read your submission. Did the lack of character perhaps detract from your experience in the Ashburton Theatre compared to the Timaru Theatre?
Tell me again. Sorry.
did the lack of character, because some people have said the character, we need to keep the character of the old building, and there was a comment that said that the Ashburton Theatre didn't have any character because it was new, it was a new build, but it was obviously a lot more effective because it has steeper seating, and the view was a lot more appropriate and user friendly than perhaps what is at our Theatre Royal.
Indeed, it was. I mean, the important thing, I mean, I've seen shows all around the world, so to speak, especially in London and Australia, and I know there's old theatres there, but the important thing is when you go to the theatre, you go to see and hear the performance. And if you can't see it properly, you're disappointed about it all. So I didn't mind, to me it's a new theatre, and new is different from old.
Yeah, so it's a combination of a quality sound and a quality view.
Indeed, it needs to be, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions with Bev? Thank you. Appreciate your passion for the theatre. And no, all good. Thanks so much. Appreciate you making the time and effort.
Well, thank you for listening. It's a bit daunting, isn't it, seeing you all here and all the audience as well. And some people I know and some I don't. Well, we tell tell Mr. Shannon. Thank you very much indeed.
Miss Green, you'll be interested to know that my father turned 72 on Sunday, because I know that you taught him.
That makes me feel really old. Thank you, Scotty. Thank you. Thank you.
I think I was more daunted than Bev was at having the school teacher present to us. Where do we get to? Is Tony online? No, he's still not online. No, that's cool. Let's bring forward Troy. We may be able to allocate Troy in another minute because I'm sure he's would welcome a little bit extra time. Welcome, Troy, and we need to get your presentation up, Bill.
Thank you. It is good to be around the table with you all, albeit as a member of the public. So I trust you've read my my submission, but today I will be requesting a bit more allocation of time because it is quite lengthy for what I've done, and I've also got a PowerPoint presentation to accompany my presentation today as well, so hopefully that's going to be up on the screen shortly. So you'll note that I don't support any of the options that have been consulted on. Rather, the concept and vision that I'm presenting here today is, in my opinion, an option 4, an option I believe is being viable and a financially prudent option. I have read every submission to this consultation, and there are some areas that I've picked up on. The areas I've identified are on the paper I've provided to you. I have identified 23 people who should be added to the no option selected list. Their feedback expressed is contrary to the option that they have ticked. I consider this to be that they were led to believe that they had to choose an option, whether it was in order to proceed with the consultation form submission or that there was no other option that reflected their views, like an option 4. Based on my analysis, instead of 52 submitters who selected other, it should really be 75, which would increase the percentage from 8.3% to 11.9% to select other. In August, the projected cost for the project, as you know, was 29.3 million. However, on September the 8th, this cost had increased to 39.6 million, thank you, according to MB. And then on the following day, on September the 9th, Council confirmed it could cost up to 57 million. This is a massive increase, which I'm sure is on your mind. The public behind me may also not be aware of the potential cost increases coming up of other projects. Do the public know that the Aorangi Southern Trust Event Centre is potentially going to increase in costs from 23 million to 42.5 million, that our rates could rise 7.5 to 8.5%. I'm not making these numbers up. These numbers are from the Commercial and Strategy meeting from last month. In Nelson, just last month, the council decided to stop their $47 million development of a new library, citing, and I quote, "unaffordable for our community in the current economic environment. It is probably the most challenging economic times for more than a decade," unquote. To have Sharon Taylor, the former Group Manager of Community Services, and Tina Rogers, the former Group Manager of Corporate Services, two former senior council staff, come out and register their opposition to this Theatre Royal Heritage Hub proceeding speaks volumes to that you as councillors must heed their advice. To not give proper consideration to such professional advice from senior staff is irresponsible. Hence, I urge you to halt proceedings on this project, reassess and potentially pivot toward building a new theatre and community multi-use facility. I think the south end of Stafford Street, it contains mainly industrial and commercial premises. The south end should really be for inner city apartment living. Heed the call by Venture Timaru, who are asking for the provision of diversified inner city and apartment living. I fear that we are putting money toward a white elephant Lego block, a building built in different time periods of different foundations and materials. Scientific literature and GNS say that it's a matter of when, not if, a major earthquake occurs again. Do we really want to have a financial liability on our hands, a risk in terms of a building being a liability from a health and safety standpoint, or earthquake compliance, and risk in terms of continual maintenance and repairs of an ageing building? I challenge council officers rebuking Caroline Bay of being a feasible option of a new facility. On page 241 of the agenda, council officers say that Caroline Bay is subject to a tsunami and a large earthquake event. I find that comment misleading, as decision makers need to be provided with accurate and impartial information. Phil Mackay, Council's own emergency management advisor, has said just last month that Timaru's tsunami hazard is lower than other parts of New Zealand, and because there are no known significant tsunami sources off the South Canterbury coast, and our coastline shape does not amplify tsunami waves. ECAN and GNS modelling has shown that Caroline Bay is less likely to be affected by a tsunami should one occur. In 2007, Ashburton built a brand new event centre and theatre costing $7 million. In today's money, that would cost about $10 million. We could get nearly 6 new multi-use theatre and event centres for the price of one Theatre Royal Heritage Hub. We can get better bang for buck. We must pivot our attention to Caroline Bay for an all-new facility. Heritage New Zealand remarks of a theatre that very little of the original structure remains. So I challenge the actual historical value of the building if very little of its originality remains. The majestic theatre in Christchurch, which was affected in the earthquakes, was a Heritage 2 building like the Theatre Royal. However, due to the cost of restoration, which would have cost upwards of 18 million at the time, it was demolished due to the risks it posed. With regard to the museum, I believe we must relook our provision of what a museum experience looks like. I suggest the council looks at separating the museum into themes. To this extent, I propose the South Canterbury Natural History and Life Sciences Museum, a museum catered for the interaction, educational, engaging, stimulating and thought-provoking exhibits as seen in this slide. A museum that caters specifically for natural history and artefacts ensures that people can appreciate a museum with a specific theme. My concept ensures that this is provided for in the current Perth Street Museum site. So what about the non-natural history elements like the Māori, early settler, Art Deco and retro content? I suggest this is established in the current Egantai Art Gallery and that this becomes the South Canterbury Egantai Historical Museum. The extensions of the Egantai do not need to be demolished and redeveloped as per the long-term plan, but instead could host in its current footprint the historical, early settler, vintage and antique and travelling exhibitions. Imagine the Egantai extensions now hosting the iconic lifeboat, the Richard Pearse model. By using the current Egantai footprint, costs are saved and space is created at the Perth Street Museum site as well as expanded into Egantai. So what about the Egantai homestead? I suggest that this is fully restored to the 3.7 million that is budgeted in the long-term plan. It is noted that it will be a third from council, a third from government and a third from community funding. This becomes our district's heritage hub. Wouldn't it be fantastic to have a heritage house hosting heritage museum pieces from the period, which each room of the heritage house can cater for each time period from the 1900s to 1960s. This is what makes a heritage house a time capsule. It can be a proper heritage attraction and destination. This is your new heritage hub. Some may question my proposal of separating the museum into themes under different premises and buildings. However, this addresses the storage and exhibition limitations currently facing the museum site and ensures the Egantai homestead is restored and can visit a museum based on their taste. Separating museums according to themes is best practice throughout New Zealand. For example, Dunedin has 3 museums: the Early Settler Museum, Toitu, catering for the Māori settler historical and automotive developments, the Dunedin Museum, which caters for the interactive learning and science aspects, and thirdly, a natural history museum of bones and artefacts. These museums are all within 1.5 kilometres of each other. The distance between Egantai and the Perth Street Museum site is 1.4 kilometres. It is doable. It saves costs. We just need some vision. So the art gallery. Now with the artworks of the art gallery, the fifth most expensive art collection in New Zealand. However, 1,500 of the artworks of this collection are in storage, hidden from public view. I propose the existing Caroline Bay Hall as the new art gallery venue. This venue now becomes the Timaru Public Art Gallery, a place and space with the capacity to host all 1,500 artworks, with some investment into security, interior design, humidity and temperature control, decor and lighting. Caroline Bay can serve as the new art gallery. We do not have to demolish and build a new gallery, rather we can update and modernise Caroline Bay Hall. This has movable art display walls that can be adjusted according to each exhibit and space enough to host all 1,500 pieces. Friends of Egantai now get what they requested, a full restoration of Egantai Heritage House and now a new venue to host all 1,500 works. A compromise in some respects, but it's a win-win. This here is Caroline Bay Lounge, but with some vision I propose this can be something a whole lot different. I propose the all-new Timaru Theatre and Community Hall facility, a modern, up-to-date, multi-purpose facility containing all the requirements for a modern theatre, accounts for the stakeholders, a community hall, hosts banquets and events, seminar rooms, and a small boutique restaurant if necessary. Car parking at the Caroline Bay is already in abundance, no need to build a car park on Barnard Street. This saves further expenses on bitumen, landscaping, curb and channel lighting, signage and painted lines. With $10 million saved from not pursuing the Egantai extension demolition and a reallocation of 57 million saved from not pursuing the Theatre Heritage Hub, we can be properly allocated to a new theatre and community hall facility and get the best bang for buck. So there you have it, Caroline Bay, home to one of the top 10 beaches in New Zealand, home to the new Soundshell seating, Trevor Griffiths Rose Gardens, best playground in the Southern Hemisphere, Sea Play, next door to the 5th most art collection in New Zealand, Timaru Public Art Gallery next door to a modern earthquake-proof, future-proofed, multi-purpose facility. This is what will complement and make Caroline Bay a destination one to play, view exhibits and enjoy. Small project compromises in order to achieve long-term financial stability while still able to deliver services, what I've proposed today, a fair and balanced outcome to ensure all parties get something rather than nothing. And I welcome any questions you may have.
Thanks, Troy. Well thought through. You spent some time on this one. Questions for Troy? Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Troy. So what do you say to the regeneration of Stafford Street and City Hub, saying you're taking away our theatre, we want to make Stafford Street alive again and you want to put it down the bay? What do you say to those businesses in Stafford Street?
Well, I think the south end of Stafford Street is a different environment altogether. compared to Central and North Stafford Street up to the Bay Hill. And I've noted that in my submission. The south end of Stafford Street, as you'll note, has paint shops, an automotive dealership, a distillery warehouse, power tool shop. It's a different environment, and I just don't think a $57 million facility down at that end will rejuvenate the area. Inner city apartment living is what needs to happen at the south end, because that's what brings people to town, and yeah, that's what I proposed.
Any further questions? Just one for me, you appear to put more weight on ex-staff than current staff.
Yep. They're former group managers, I understand, but they would have been involved in this because the 2018 LTP had the Theatre Royal, and those staff, I believe, were still here at that time. So, yeah.
Alrighty, no further questions. Thank you. Thanks for the well-informed, lots of challenges in that one.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we've got Jackie's Tony now. So we've got Tony who's joining us online, and Tony will be speaking through his iPad. So just bear with until we get him connected. Oh, welcome, Tony. Can you hear me okay? I think we're ready, are we? The floor is yours, Tony. Oh, no, that's right. We'll just wait for you to connect. Perfect. You can hear me okay, and we'll pass to you, Tony, to present. Thank you.
Thank you for being so patient and listening to all the various points of view. I will be short, but I have a very strong message to you. Don't let the naysayers influence your thinking at all. There are always some that will not commit to anything, asking what would be the best course of action for Timaruvians today, tomorrow and years ahead. There is only one option to choose. Option 1. There was a lot of debate and controversy over Te Papa. I can't remember how much it cost, or the Auckland Art Gallery, or the Sea Bay Complex, or the stadium, or the bleachers, or the many expansions that now draw people to Timaru, and the bay facilities. Nobody will remember the cost of the new theatre complex. They will simply enjoy the facilities that it provides, and most importantly give thanks that someone had the foresight to do it and make a commitment. Just do the only option, option 1, and do it now. The longer you allow people to defer or detract or debate, the more expensive it will become and look less and less attainable. I'll certainly be at the first show and the first exhibition. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Tony. Came through loud and clear. We know exactly, we know exactly where you sit on this. Thank you, and thanks for making the opportunity. Any questions? I'm not sure if we'll be able to do that or not, but any questions? No. All good. Thanks, Tony. Yeah, well presented. No worries. A pleasure. Nice to see you. Alrighty, thank you. Now we move next. We've got Jerry. Welcome, Jerry.
Well, that's rather interesting to hear Tony, because he's almost like a mind reader. I'm completely impressed by what Troy has presented, and I think that's a vision for a big city. because Timaru is not a big city and it has some sort of coziness, but we're missing that because there are lots of empty places. And so I am in total support of option 1, and the people that are not on council here would need to understand, which is in accordance with what Tony said. We want to make a new atmosphere. We have been waiting for a long time. All these places are empty, they're not working, and so we're waiting for something. And a town like Timaru and the environment around it needs culture. We've had difficult times. We haven't been able to go out much. We're going to shows in Ashburton, and so it needs to keep the atmosphere of the street. And although opposite what Troy seems to think, you can actually change the street and the opportunities there. So if you had the option 1 and you go ahead with it, then we have a building that still has part history in it. There's a story to tell about it. And then what's in the environment, it will attract other people and other businesses that are probably close connected to going out, eating, having a hotel, and it will become more lively. So there will be a spot in Timaru, in the centre of Timaru, not away from everything, that becomes a hub for culture and meeting each other, and it needs to happen sooner. We've missed it for too long. There are many, many people, and particularly young retirees who would like to enjoy what's on offer, the plays and concerts, and you will see that theatre will be full every time when you have something to show. The Playhouse shows it. There's a lot of appetite for going out, and so for me, it's really, really important not to renege, not to go and make new plans and put it away again, because then it won't happen in my lifetime. It's going to be postponed and everyone's going to think about 20 other places. I really think that the plan we have, and even if it costs a bit of money, it's absolutely necessary that we go ahead with it. Sometimes you just have to spend some money to start improving the place, and it will improve once that's in place, but the sooner it happens, the more chance that we have of making a vibrant inner city. Thank you.
Thanks, Jerry. And questions? No, thank you. Really appreciate that. Now, before we rush off, we're just going to tidy up some business team. So we'll go now to 9.2, which is on page 235 in the recommendation. So it's around noting and acknowledgement of those that have spoken. So I'll ask for a mover for that one. Councillor Burt, thank you. Can I have a seconder for that motion? Thank you, Councillor Pye. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. We're just going to take the opportunity to tidy a few things up. So we're going to go now to minutes, which is at 7.1, and tidy these up. So we got some changes, didn't we, Jess? And they were reflected. So it's just a couple of changes on the first lot of minutes.
So on the minutes of the 27th of October, item 7.4, we got a bit ahead of ourselves. You'll see the hearings committee was noted there, and it wasn't. That was done on the 8th of November. So we will remove that last line there regarding the hearings committee, which was the appointment of the chairperson. So that's item 7.4 on the hearings committee to be removed. And then we would like on item 7.6 of the minutes of the 27th of October to put into those minutes after number 1 a table that has sister cities subcommittees. The chairperson is chairperson of the sister cities volunteer group, and Safer Communities subcommittee, the chairperson is the mayor, to reflect the report that was put forward, Your Worship, those two amendments.
Thank you, and just one further amendment for the minutes of the council meeting on the 8th of November on page 33. Had my name recorded as voting in the LGNZ vote, but I was not in attendance, so that just needs to be amended. All good with that? Cool, so I'm happy to move the amended minutes of the council meeting on the 27th of October. Can I have a seconder for that? Councillor Parker, thank you. Put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Against carried. Can I have a mover for the amended minutes, 7.2 from the 8th of November? Thank you, Councillor Shannon. Councillor Pye, thank you. Put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. We'll just go to 8.1, which is schedule of functions attended by the Mayor. I'm happy to move that. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Oliver. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Go now to 8.2 on page 37. Schedule of functions attended by the Chief Executive. Thank you, Councillor Parker. Seconder. Councillor Pye, thank you. Put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Then I think we'll just hold it at there, and so we will adjourn until 3 o'clock this afternoon, and so we have citizenship at 1 o'clock. Brilliant. Thank you, everyone, and thanks for all taking the time to submit and stay with us this morning.